Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able and remove your caps as Corey Amundsen leads us in the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Good afternoon and welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is listed at fast and the turf course is listed at firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 7-race card. Race 1 starts the early pick 4 with that low takeout. No changes in the lid lifter. Race 1 is free and clear. Race 2, a scratch of number 2, Lace Up. Race 2, remove the 2, Lace Up. With that scratch, no show, no trifecta, and no superfecta in race 2. Race 3 starts that big pick 5. They've been juicy all year with that 10% takeout. In the third, scratch number 7, Martini Man. Race 3, remove that 7. In race 4, there are no changes. Race 4 starts the late pick 4. Late pick 4 starts with no changes in the fourth. Race 5, take out the 1, Mavarama, and the 7, Ratleff. Race 5, take out 1 and 7. In race 6, take out the 1, Heavenly Conveyance. Race 6, remove that 1. Race number 7, the lucky last, take out the 6, Taking It All. In race 7, remove the 6. And do note that between our live races 2 and 3, we'll take over with the Belmont Stakes. We'll have a nice preview for that race with myself and Angela Herman. Between races 2 and 3, we'll take in the Belmont Stakes from Saratoga. Handicapping show today at the races will take place in the paddock in about 5 minutes, hosted by track announcer Paul Allen. But right now to the studio with everything important going on at Canterbury Park, we bring on Jeff Madey and Angela Herman.
Well, thank you, Kevin. And that's right. It's a beautiful Saturday here at Canterbury Park. Welcome to Shakopee, Minnesota. Belmont Day, a lot going on. As Kevin alluded to, he and Angela will be talking to you about the Belmont, which is at 6:02 after our second live race. Now, Angela, when you go to a teller and ask to bet on the Belmont, what do you do?
Good question. If you do go and want to bet on the Belmont, you would tell the teller that you would like to bet at Saratoga. Belmont is at Saratoga this year, and you would like to bet race 13. So it is not this next upcoming race. Make sure that you specify and use the horse number. Don't necessarily use the horse's name because some of the names do sound alike. Make sure that you use the number when you do want to bet that. There's a whole bunch of betting options that do come with it, so feel free to ask a teller and just take your time to make sure that you do get the ticket that you want because we want you to come out a winner in the Belmont and beyond.
And don't sleep on the 2 power shift on a conveyor belt at Saratoga.
It is a little bit speedy out there. It'll be a lot different to look at it as far as the pace goes from the Derby to this Belmont Stakes, but Kevin and I will talk about that a little bit more later.
So much fun going on here. Beer and Seltzer Fest right out here at the park.
Right, exactly. How much more fun does it get? Beer for you, seltzer for me. It'll be quite a night. So if you haven't got your tickets yet, it is separate from admission here, but you can try so many different beers and seltzers. Even if you don't agree, if one likes beer and the other likes seltzer, you can try all of it. So definitely check that out. See if some of your favorites in there. Maybe some of your new favorites are coming.
You can get a ticket. Just go down to the paddock. You'll see a little setup down there. You can buy a ticket for the Beer and Seltzer Fest. And then you're going to want to come back tomorrow because it's family day.
Well, of course, yeah. The kids not included in Beer and Seltzer Night, but they are definitely a centerpiece of Family Day. Those are every Sunday. We start at 1 o'clock p.m. We got 7 races. It wraps up fairly early. If you got night activities, you'll have plenty of time, but it's a great way to spend the afternoon. Things are looking pretty good around here. You know, we've had all across the country our bouts with weather, but I think we might have a good day tomorrow. And tomorrow is also Junior Jockey Day. That's something new we have going this year.
That's right. Something for the youngins. They can join the Junior Jockey Fan Club, get a little booklet that has some facts and figures in it. So you can have a chance to meet and greet some jockeys, maybe even see Lucky the mascot out there, get some autographs on the jockey trading cards. Tomorrow, Kelsey Howard will be out in the winner's circle after race 4, visiting and signing autographs. So that's going to be fun, but a great chance for the kids to meet the athletes.
All right, kids. And if you haven't met Kelsey Har, you'll understand why we all love her. She's great to talk to, and she'll be honest about anything. If you want to ask about the chances of a horse, you want to ask who her favorite horse in the barn is, she will tell you, and she'll tell you with a big smile on her face. She is just a pleasure to be around, so you'll want to meet her tomorrow.
We raced on last Thursday, and to great fanfare, as it was $2. Well, the graphic says $2 buck night. It always it confuses me. $2 buck Thursdays, but what it means is, let's get down to the facts here. $2 admission plus tax, then $2 hot dogs, $2 Pepsi products, and best of all, $2 cans of Budweiser, the king of beers.
Yeah, we have all those up here, and you never, ever bring them into the opener, but if you haven't seen those around here, they're pretty distinctive. Those are the $2 beers that we have on Thursdays. You know, drink responsibly, but drink at a discounted rate. Where else are you going to get a $2 beer and, you know, go and enjoy the races and maybe make all of that money back? It doesn't cost much to get in the door, have a little fun, and hopefully win some races. But if you don't get enough fun on Thursday, you can always come back Friday.
That's right, the start of the Canterbury Park Summer Concert Series, and it all kicks off with Larry Fleet, Friday, June 12th. That is 6 days from now. Tickets are available. He plays in our own little Canterbury Amphitheater, I like to call it, the most intimate and best amphitheater in Shakopee.
Yes, that's true. Right next door to a somewhat larger amphitheater, you would say. In fact, much larger, but if you like a little more intimate venue, and of course I think we do, this is definitely the spot for it. And Larry Fleet is a place where you can grab a seat. I don't know exactly what's left, but there should be something to suit your taste, whether you like to be on your feet, whether you like to kick back and relax with a drink. We got something for you, so check out the seats at CanterburyPark.com.
No, super cool, and we know from years of experience holding these concerts that it's fun, and there's so many different areas you can go, whether it's the general admission section or right up in the pit, right in front of the stage. There's food trucks. You can get tableside dining if you're in the VIP area. Plenty of bars, plenty of food, and also great gaming after in our casino.
Well, of course, yeah. There's just a little bit of everything, and it's all in one close proximate spot for these concerts. So do enjoy it. Check them out. If you like live music, you'll like that setting. It's a very fun spot.
Look at this. The Loeffler trainer leaderboard, Mac Robertson, perennial leading trainer on top.
Yeah, but you only got 5 from top to bottom. I mean, this has been close, and it's going to stay close. And I think that once you get more Minnesota breds into the mix, yes, it does get a little bit tougher to catch him, but still, some horses have come ready to run, especially from Florida, from Arkansas, and you can see some of those connections really shining through with some big performances. I expect at least a couple of those on my picks tonight. I might even have some doubling up, so I'm going to need those totals to get even closer on the leaderboard. And there is still a bit of a lead for Americano, but, you know, again, from top to bottom, it's 8. These guys have more opportunities to change those standings sometimes than the trainers, and I think that this is going to be a good race as well, don't you?
Speaking of Manny Americano, new to our jockey colony, race 4 is the Lady Slipper Stakes, one of 2 Minnesota-bred $50,000 stakes races, and Manny is on a horse named Thunder's Rock and Roll, 3-5. Is this a lock?
Ooh, she casts a long shadow over the rest of them, doesn't she? I mean, most of them she's faced before, and they don't have her brand of speed. Anybody who's going to try to go lock horns with her on the front, she's not a need-the-lead type, but she will definitely wear you out on the front end if you want to go and duel with her. So best of luck, and if you are trying to beat her, you will get a price on whoever you fancy.
Absolutely. Another quality runner from the Bob Lindgren stable. Now, the boys, I believe this is a deeper race, and I polled the 3 members of the steam team. Paul Allen, I believe I saw on Twitter that he likes the Alligator Hunter.
He does.
I saw a video on Instagram from you touting Street Warrior.
I do.
And then I just walked up to Kevin Gorg. He's the 3rd member of the steam team, said, who do you like? Distorted Pro. Something's got to give.
That's just what kind of race it is. If we all agree, if most of the building agrees on Thunder's Rock and Roll, then we all have a different opinion in the 10,000 lengths. This sets up to be a good race because you don't have one game plan that they've all followed. So it'll be interesting to see who can pick right back up where they left off, because we saw some strong performances from this group last year. Maybe not even necessarily sprinting, but they'll all square off, and that'll be a fun way to keep the fun going after Belmont.
You checked out the Cowboy Burger? Well,
I did. I went down. Tell me more.
I went down to Chips today. I talked to Chef Seth. He
Okay.
is our head chef here. He runs the kitchen. He runs the culinary program. And I said, give me the Cowboy Burger. And I'm telling you, it did not disappoint. There's Tad Gravelis in there from Midwest Paddock Report
And he
in the Dark Star
has.
press box. He's got a
Wow.
paddock. He's got the Cowboy Burger.
He knew.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he gets it. He
Just
gets the bit.
$14. It's in Chips. You can stop in there, and there's a lot of great dining options throughout the facility. But I don't want people to forget that in Chips, inside the casino, the food is excellent.
Right. If you don't want any of the offerings in there, there's a more broad menu in the card room, and you can go in there and order whenever you'd like. They have extended hours too. But if you want to try to make some money, make the bacon, if you will, do whatever you can to get in one of these $40 express bet handicapping contests, because there's a lot on the line.
That's right. You can enter on using your phone or your tablet on your Express Bet account. You enter. It's $40. 20 of it is your wagering money. Whoever turns that 20 into the most, making 5 $2 win place bets, gets a $500 entry into June 27th, and that's coming up quickly, the Northern Stars Turf Festival, where if you perform well, you get a $10,000 entry to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge. So you got to play tonight. And if you need past performances, if you need what we call the dope, go to bristnet.com, and you get past performances free all season long.
Yes, you can't get them all season long. You might be the only one that calls it that, but that's totally fine. We've adjusted to that up here. Now take those free PPs, and don't just win those $40 contests. You want to play in our Pick 5, because the Pick 5 here at Canterbury has a 10% takeout. Lowest in the Milky Way, Jeffrey. And what did you think of the sequence tonight?
I think the sequence is good because you've got now you might have that free space right in the Lady Slipper, perhaps.
Perhaps.
But you've also got the 10,000 Lakes. You've got Sushi Man, yes or no, in race number 5. That's another very fine Minnesota bred. So I think the sequence is good, and we've seen them pay extremely well. Like now, the other night we did cancel race 7 because of lightning, but the favorite, and it wasn't a really difficult series, the favorite for 50 cents was paying $252. We've seen them pay more than $500 in sequences that are not hard to get to. You bet a little, you can win a lot, and it's the best value in horse racing.
Yes, indeed. And this is my $5 exacta box. Things got changed with a scratch in the last, but contenders that I like are still in the race. And they might be some decent prices, too. I think some money, even though, taking it all was going to take some of the money. The outside runner is going to take a lot in here. And I'm using Vesper Chicks, the 7, and the 1 Birdie Be Gone in this exacta box. So if you want to play this, just head up to the window, Canterbury Park, race 7, $5 exacta box, 1 and 7. Simple as that. You get 2 combos. If it comes in 1-7 or 7-1, that's a $5 winner, and that could pay pretty nice because I don't think either one of these two ladies is going to be the favorite.
No, those are big prices, 7-2 and 6-1. That's a big exacta. Thanks for joining us here at Canterbury Park today on a beautiful Saturday. What you're going to want to do is go down to the paddock now because the Today at the Races show begins shortly. Kevin Gorg, Paul Allen, they're involved. They're going to go through each and every race. They'll talk a little bit about the Belmont as well. Bring a pencil, bring your program, write things down, because Today at the Races, brought to you by Touchdown Tile, is up next.
Hey, happy Saturday, and welcome to Canterbury Park. Very nice crowd on hand here for seltzer and beer fest. Also, some lottery scratchers for the first 1,000 who came in. Welcome to Canterbury. Let's make some money. Kevin Gorg, Paul Allen. Belmont Stakes Day around the country, third jewel of the Triple Crown. The Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo, is in the Belmont Stakes. And I guess of the Steam team, our senior handicapper would be Kevin Gorg, and he's going against the Derby winner today. Take us through the Belmont, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, looking forward to taking this in after our second race before our third live race. It's an incredible field. You know, the Preakness had more horses, but not nearly the star power. You've got Power Shift for Todd Pletcher, the 2-horse who looks like Lone Speed. You've got Chief Wallaby, who I bet in the Derby and ran a sneaky good fourth. Renegade's the favorite right now, 8-5. That's the 4-horse. He had all kinds of trouble in the Derby, rallied to lose a photo for first, finished second. And then you've got the outside 3, all taking money. Commandment, the 7, Troubled Trip in the Derby, Steam Horse for Brad Cox, 5-1. Emerging Market for Chad Brown, 5-1. And Golden Temple, the horse you mentioned, the Derby winner who should be flying late, is 5-1. I'm going to try the 8. I'm going to try Emerging Market. I thought he was too close to a fast pace. I like the workout since his last race. And I love the fact that he's only got 3 starts PA. So this is a young horse who's just getting going, who had that big, okay, we're going to go to the Derby. We're going to give it our best shot. We had a troubled trip. Now we regroup. Home stable. Chad Brown, of course, in New York at Saratoga. The workouts are sharp. The price is right. I've got the 8-horse winning the Belmont today.
So is that a win bet, or do you do exactas? Like, how do you handle number 8, Emerging Market?
I'm making a win bet, and then I'm doing exacta boxes with both the 7 Commandment and the 3 Chief Wallaby. And I did a $5 trifecta box with those 3. It cost me $30 in the try box. So I need those 3 to run 1, 2, 3. And I worry about the 2 getting loose, and of course I worry about Renegade being a monster because they're betting Renegade like he's going to win by a pole.
Well, with Kevin and I have just known each other in handicapped races with each other so long. We hadn't talked about the Belmont Stakes all week, so I had no idea who he liked. He had no idea who I liked. Quite honestly, I do not have a lot of conviction with a win wager in the Belmont Stakes. But what was strange here is right when I walked into CBY Track Flack, our press box, Kevin was there. And before I could say anything, he said, "Who do you like in the Belmont?" And I said, "I'm undecided." And he said, "I bet you like number 2, Power Shift." And that's actually who I was going to make my $20 win bet on. So like with Power Shift, what would you see in that horse that like you would think anybody possibly could like?
So the horse debuted down at Tampa in February, ran a 96 figure, and photoed with Emerging Market, the 8, who's 5-1 in this race, and right now the second choice. Didn't have a good trip in the Tampa Bay Derby. They regroup on Derby Day, faces an 8-horse field, and smokes them. Now he gets Luis Saez, who's as good a speed jockey as there is in the game. There's no other speed on paper, at least, to go with Power Shift early. He may open up 3 or 4 lengths in this race, and he may not look back. So at 12-1, I think he might be worth a little long shot look.
Yeah, I think a 2-3-8 exacta box is what I'm sitting on right now. 2-3-8, trying to keep Golden Tempo and Renegade out of the top 2. I ain't going to bet it that much, and probably will play something that involves Renegade in second and or third in a trifecta. Kevin likes Emerging Market. I know Angela, third member of the Steam team, likes number 3, Chief Wallaby. So with my belief in 2/3 of the Steam team, the fact that I do like Power Shift a little bit, I'm going to box that 2-3-8. Try to get them 1-2. That's an exacta box for those of you new to Canterbury. And exacta means you have to finish first and second in a given race. If you say box, you can get like 3 horses, 1, 2, 3, and box them up for $1. That costs $6. It has to be either like 1-2, 2-1, or 1-3, 3-1, and so on. So the Belmont Stakes will take place about 6 o'clock. We are going to break from our live racing for said Belmont Stakes. But when it comes to Canterbury's live card, the first race is on the turf course. This is at least as my opinion goes, this is the best overall card we've had so far at Canterbury Park with the level of competition in some of these turf races. I picked the first one, 4-1-5, KG's on Dancing Boots. Why?
Well, you know, the 1-horse Dancing Boots showed some talent here last year, had a touch of natural speed, and Cody Rosine's one of those trainers that I really like. He puts his horses in spots to win, and if this horse showed some speed and some skill on the dirt, they come back this year, a new 3-year-old, a horse they paid $36,000 for. The blinkers come off, you get first Lasix, and then you get a really nice set of drills. Starting in Chicago with a couple of local drills. The turf bloodlines are sneaky good. Speed from the inside at 7.5 on the turf. Sign me up. And I knew the horse wouldn't be favored. I think I'm going to get around 4-1 on Dancing Boots. The 3 to me is the horse that probably ends up being the favorite. It's Mac Robertson. It's the red-hot jockey named Americano. And the debut had some trouble to it. So I think they're going to pound the 3. And then I like your 4. Your 4 is very playable. If the 4 can get loose, look out. So I go 1, 3, and 4.
Yeah, the reasoning for the 4 for me, and I am making a win bet on number 4, Kate Skate, is when she ran last year for super well-respected trainer Joel Burnt, she got bet in her first start, and with no trouble, it was just kind of a disaster and didn't show anything as a 2-year-old. Her last race, granted, she lost, but she just looked like a dramatically different horse and showed speed, and now we stretch out a little bit. We tried the turf. I think this Burnt Barn's going to start taking off here, so I'm going to pick it. I'm going to pick Kate Skate on top, and I'm going to make a win bet. The second race, scratch number 2, Lace Up. Race 2, scratch number 2, Lace Up. So no show, trifecta, or superfecta wagering here. Awesome Fantasy is supported by 2/3 of the Steam team. I'm on the Padilla on the inside, 86 Chevy. What do you do with this little 4-horse masterpiece?
Yeah, I'm bummed out because I had the 2-horse on top, and I thought the 2 was going to be a very likely winner of race 2. I fall into the 3 who ran a really good race last time on the turf, and now they go back to the dirt where the horse has got some decent past performances. Enough early speed where the horse, I think, is going to be near the front and in a good position to pounce. The one, to me, is the horse to beat and the horse to catch. I think they're going to send. And then I use the 5 and third awesome move, PA.
Yeah, I like number 186 Chevy. This is going to be a pick 4 single for me, and also a win bet. Might be biggest win bet of the night, depending on what kind of odds we have here. And just to contextually layer this thing and put it together, we had a wonderful run at Canterbury last year. The last win was at 7 furlongs, which is the distance of this race. The last win also was from the inside at 7 furlongs, exactly where 86 Chevy lands. Completely legged up against those from Tampa Bay Downs and got to work here. So I like this horse a lot. I think he's going to get the lead, and hopefully we get a decent price. 143 in race number 2 for me. The third race begins the Canterbury Park Pick 5. It's only 50 cents. Pick the winners of races 3 through 8 and house that Pick 5. Scratch number 7, Martini Man. With 7 battling in here, better than 6. More options, obviously. But this one here, holy cow, what a difficult race. Bodenheimer has some Canterbury immortality to him. Philo Beto Fresh. I think this horse is really going to fire. What do you think of this race? What do you do?
I love the race. You got some Canterbury Classics in here. I'm just going to say one thing. You're going to see me put up my top 3 picks here. I don't have the 2 listed in my top 3. It's my 4th place pick. But Giano is the horse I'm going to try to get into the trifecta to make it play. Back-to-back 70 buyer speed figures. If you go back to last year, some sneaky good turf form. So Giano, I don't think is going to win. I think the 2 is going to hit the board at a big number. If I can get that horse in the Trier Super at 12-1, I think that'll help the race. As far as the race goes, 4, 5, and 6 to me are such talented horses.
Yep.
These horses run big figures. They all have the similar running style where they like to be near the lead or on the lead. So I went to the outside of the 3. I think it gives Americano the best chance at a trip because outside you can either go and try to get loose or you can sit just off and pounce. Bodenheimer's super classy. He loves this turf course. 8 for 9 in his career in the top 2 placings. Philo Badeau is one of my very favorite horses on the grounds. So much heart. Loves it at Canterbury, can win on the lead, can close. He's just a cool horse. And then you got Pat's Paddock pick. 4 starts here, 3 wins on the Canterbury turf. I mean, this is a heck of a race. This is the race tonight that I'm most, and I know we've got 2 good stakes races, but I am most excited to watch race 3.
Yeah, I can't wait. I pick it 654. Hear me out on this. For Bodenheimer, with earnings of nearly $400,000. This is I can't remember the last time he was available for claim. You know, you can claim him for $12,500, and unless he was available in those optional
January.
claimers. There we go. Okay, but of all, I picked Philo Badeau second, and I wanted to pick him first.
Me too.
But here's the reasoning. They're all available for claim, $12,500 or $20,000, except one, Philo Badeau. So he's coming off a layoff from August last year. Might be working a hole in the win. Made almost $150,000, 4 wins on the Canterbury Turf Course, but he hasn't run since August. That's why I couldn't take him. I think Kelsey fits this horse so beautifully. I like it 6-5, like Kevin said. This is a very, very compelling race. Bodenheimer legged up and really good on this turf course. How about Bodenheimer? 12 for 13 in the top 2. At 5/8 on the turf. I mean, that is a Canterbury classic. That begins the pick 5. It begins in tricky fashion. We get on to race number 4. And this is the Lady Slipper Stakes for $50,000. Couple of stakes races tonight. Pick 4 wagering on the final 4 live races. The hot favorite in here will be number 2, Thunder's Rock and Roll. That one is selected by all 3 members of the steam team, Angela, Kevin, and yours truly. And that's only taken place 1 time this year, and it won. When we all 3 converge on the same winning pick, it wins about 71.5% of the time over the last 2 years.
That's true.
This one will be heavily favored, so we're not breaking news here or anything, but 2-5-3.
If she breaks clean, she wins. That's all I'm going to tell you right now. And again, horses sometimes out of the gate don't get out there sharply. And so can she be beat? Of course.
Yeah.
But she's going to be 2-5. She's the best horse. She has the best speed. She has the best jockey. And oh, by the way, she loves Canterbury. So yeah, Thunder's Rock and Roll, Lady Slipper, faced the boys last time, got all tuned up down in the Bosselman. Yeah, she looks great. If she does, for whatever reason, not run her best or get out of the gate slow, whatever, Lover Girl, the 3, is going to be the danger late. She's a neat horse. She always fires fresh. Carson Bay, the 4, is a horse that'll be a pace factor, but I don't think she's good enough to beat Thunder's Rock and Roll if all things are equal. 2, 3, and 4.
Let me ask you an off-the-beaten-path question. I don't want to forget it. Father's Day is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Your late father, Kenny Gorg.
Yeah.
How much did he love the racetrack? And I've been meaning to ask you this for a while. Like, did he come out here a lot? Was he the first one that brought you out here?
He was not, but he fell in love with horse racing because of me. When I first started coming to Canterbury, I identified 2 horses, Hoister Flag and Who Doctor Who. And my dad loved watching greatness. I think a lot of sports fans migrate to greatness. So I told him about these 2 horses, and then so they would run 4 or 5 times a summer out here. And Kenny and his brother Ronnie, Uncle Ronnie, would get in the car and come out with me, and they would bet with both fists because my dad loves chalk. He's not like me. I look for long shots. He looked for chalk.
His distant cousin was Dark Star. God rest his soul, too.
And by the way, he cashed a lot of times on Who Doctor Who and, of course, Hoister Flag. There's only one time my dad walked out of here angry, and that was Who Doctor Who was 7-1 in one of our big stakes races, the Chaucer Cup, and he ran his heart out. He took the lead with 50 yards to go and lost the head bob. And my dad had 100 to win, which he didn't bet that much normally, at 7-1, and he was so disappointed on his way out of the track.
Hey, man, we missed you on Thursday, and God rest the soul of your father, Kenny Gorg.
Thank you.
Race 5 on the turf. This one begins the final pick 3. Scratch numbers 1 and 7. 1 and 7 are out. Number 5, Batter Up. That one's trying to win 3 consecutive. Sushi Man, the Canterbury Derby champions in the race. 6-5-4 for me, 6-5-4 for me. Why do you like Sushi Man?
It's just a class play here. You know, I look at the race, and Batter Up is sharp right now. Chersey has Lord knows in good form. You got Found Jordan for Miss Virginia Peters, who loves it here. But if Sushi Man comes back ready to rock, he's just too good. I mean, this is a horse that has shown some really serious talent, and he's got the speed to make the trip. Outside post, Gallardo, good workouts, good barn. 3 starts on our turf, 2 wins in a second. He just looks good enough to eat, no pun intended. Sushi Man on top, 6-5-4.
Race number 6 is the $50,000 10,000 Lake Stakes. It is our penultimate. It also begins Dr. Dan's late double. Scratch number 1, Heavenly Conveyance. This is an incredibly intriguing race. It was more intriguing with Heavenly Conveyance, who actually picked 3rd off a claim and doing quite well from Oaklawn. I pick at 4-7-3. I take the defending champion, the Alligator Hunter. Kevin's on Distorted Pro, and I believe it's the power play, correct?
Yeah, what a cool race. Like,
Bye, Johnny.
Bye, Mousy. Good luck at the windows. The Alligator Hunter,
Bye,
all he's
Mousy.
done is win 16 races,
Mousy.
over $500,000. He's 14 for 24 here. He's just getting a little older, and so he's got 1 prep race under his belt. He's got a couple of nice local workouts. He's such a fun horse to cheer for, and Pete Madsen's involved, so they're probably going to win. But Distorted Pro, for me, looks like a horse that's been facing some salty competition, places like Keeneland and Oaklawn Park. And then look at that workout. May the 29th here at Canterbury, 58-2 breezing for 5 furlongs. Mac has this horse legged up and ready to go. He ran 2nd in this race last year. He won the Sprint Championship in September on Festival Day at 21-1. I love the horse. I'm going to go 3-7-4.
4-7-3 for me. If Street Warrior wins, I'm not going to be surprised at all. Likewise for Distorted Pro. With me, with the Alligator Hunter, it's twofold. We have a defending champion here who got a race under his belt and subsequently has come back with a nice Creature of Habit workout program. Secondly, and maybe most importantly, the horse is owned in part by Canterbury Immortality. Pete Madsen, he's a Canterbury Classic. So we're always pulling for Pete, but I mainly took this horse because if he wins and I don't take him, the next 15 times I see Pete, he's going to ask me why I didn't take his horse in the stake. So I'm just going to deal with that right now. We either win together or we lose together, Mr. Madsen. It is 4-7-3. Race number 7, we finish on the turf course, and we're going 5/8. We sprint on the Canterbury turf course to finish the day and finish the pick 5. Nice race. Scratch number 6, taking it all. Scratch number 6, I pick at 3-1-8, 3-1-8. You like Birdie Be Gone?
I do, but I got to make note of the fact that the 6 who scratched was an 8-1 long shot that I was using. I had the horse either 1st or 2nd and has tremendous early speed. So, for what it's worth, that scratch changes the complexion of the handicapping puzzle. I went back, though, and looked at Birdie Begon's races from days gone by. He's got enough, or she's got enough speed to contend. And so I think with that scratch, you're going to see Birdie get a little bit closer to the front, use that inside post. She loves this turf course. The big question mark, PA, is she's an 8-year-old,
Yep.
and we haven't seen her since November. So I'm trusting Beeler. I'm trusting the workouts. I go 1, 8, and 2, but this is a race. You're going to want to come to the paddock, and you're going to take a look at this horse in the horse flesh because she'll need to be fit to beat this bunch.
Last time Smarty Be Good ran was Memorial Day. I picked the horse, didn't bet on it, but watched the race, watched it back, and subsequently with the fractions, the level of competition compared to certain facets of today's race, I like Smarty Be Good in this race. Coming back in about 2 weeks. What you got there, Tony? We got some food here for the masses. Part of beer and seltzer. What do we got here?
Pretzels.
What do you got, Tony? What do you got?
Today, to go with your beer, we've got some pretzels here, but we also have a variety of mustards and sauces, including a cranberry pimento, country mustard, smoked Gouda cheese. Come with a choice of 2 for any pretzel you buy.
Thank you, ma'am. A round of applause for Tony, if only because he's my son Derek's boss. And that's always good for the family affair to get that man a round of applause. Thank you. My pretzel, somebody's going to get it with the mustard of your choice here in about 3 minutes. So anyway, I took, Smarty Be Good. I think he ran really well last time, and I know he needed it. And he has a victory over this course at the distance. So if I can get 4-1 or higher on Smarty Be Good, that's going to be my win bet. Good luck with the Belmont. Once again, we pause, I believe, after race 2 at Canterbury for the Belmont Stakes. Kevin has picked, who'd you pick?
Number 8, Emerging Market.
Emerging Market. And have a good time at Canterbury today, CanterburyPark.com for information of everything we do on or off the track. For KG, I'm Paul. Best of luck. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park's bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. Great job, Len. Good seeing you, bud. Leonard Dykert, Sir Leonard Dykert, best in the business, brings them onto the track for the first at Canterbury Park. They are on the main track, then heading to a firm turf course with the rail all the way to the inside. We have pick 4 wagering, 50-cent pick 4 wagering on the first 4 races today. Use as many or as few in each leg as you desire and hit that pick 4. We're about 5 minutes from post time. Saturdays at Canterbury, provided by Continental Diamond and the Minnesota Lottery. We also welcome Appalatos, Tri-State Bobcat, Quick Trip, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council, John Deere, Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, and Comcast Xfinity. Our first provided by Loeffler, the Upper Midwest's largest privately owned business technology and service provider. And also by Continental Diamond. Welcome to those of you here for date night. That's part of our Continental Diamond package. Learn more at continentaldiamond.com. Emma Schumann to the petting zoo urgently. And they've reached the starting gate. It is now race time, Saturday at Canterbury Park. Welcome to those of you watching nationwide. Thank you for your support. Those of you here, 7 for you, a couple of stakes races, and the Belmont nationwide. Our featured groups, welcome to the Kramer wedding, Phyllis's 80th birthday, Pillar Title Services, Matt's Winter Circle, and Enterprise Mobility.
What you doing, buddy? Hey, no, don't put it up. Don't put it up. I know, but you're
Number 2 freaking out, Jock Off.
Hey, back it up. Atrásalo, viejo. Sácalo. Lo vas a sacar a la veterinaria. We're backing up, boss. Listo, dale. Scratch. We're scratched.
They backed that 2 filly out, stand by.
Everybody stay in the horse show.
Nos vamos a salir, viejo. Nos vamos a salir.
Por eso nos vamos a quedar arriba o
Para atrás. Todos.
por eso, arriba del caballo.
Si quiere, bájense. Si quiere, bájense. Si quiere.
They scratched number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, number 2, May Surprise, has been a late scratch. Refunds available right now for win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and double wagers involving number 2, May Surprise. You also can alter your pick 3 and or 4, including number 2. But if you don't, you receive the starting favorite in race 1. So they backed them all out. And if you would like to re-wager on race number 1, your refund awaits you right now. Head to the windows and re-wager. Get that refund, re-wager. We have 5 battling a couple of minutes from now. Scratch number 2, May Surprise. She's favored. Add to cart goes in. Here they come. And they're racing on a beautiful Saturday at Canterbury Park. Dancing Boots struts to the early lead and does so convincingly. Dancing Boots puts 2.5 on the field as they corner for the first time. Dancing Boots. After that, Kate Skate giving way in second to Rhythm Ready, who takes it. Then it's Instant Love, 5 lengths behind Dancing Boots and a mile clear from Add to Cart. Around the corner they go. Race 1, CBY. Luis Fuentes slows down a bit on Dancing Boots in first. Rhythm Ready in second by a length and a half. After that, Kate Skate getting a great trip if good enough. 2 lengths from the lead, a bit wide, about 2.5 clear from Instant Love. And then it's Add to Cart shoved on to keep up 10 lengths from it. 5-1-1-5. Dancing Boots still held together tightly to the inside. Rhythm Ready right alongside Kate Skate making a move, still 2 out. Then we come to Instant Love. Add to Cart's running on 8 lengths from the lead. Add to Cart's beginning to run on quickly at 7-1. Meanwhile, Dancing Boots still not doing the moonwalk. Outside of that, Kate Skate. Far outside, Add to Cart. Right behind him, Instant Love. And they come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Dancing Boots, Instant Love to the inside. Kate Skate attacks. That's it for Dancing Boots. Instant Love fires on nicely at 5-1. Kate Skate second. It is Instant Love to win it nicely. 3-4-1 in race 1. Number 3, Instant Love first. It is 3-4-1-6. Canterbury's first official. First exacta 21.60, 50-cent trifecta 17.40. Race number 2 is 20 minutes from now, then the Belmont Stakes. In the second, scratch number 2, lace up, no show, try, or superfecta wagering in race number 2. Provided by Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to this racetrack. Locations include Apple Ford Shakopee, Apple Ford White Bear Lake, and Apple Ford Apple Valley. We also thank Comcast Xfinity, Comcast, where the Wi-Fi is booming. Next Friday, we have a concert here at Canterbury. It's part of our Friday night Concerts at the Park series. Larry Fleet is going to be here next Friday. CanterburyPark.com for information and tickets. We have an intimate setting, great sight lines, and wonderful sound. Come see Larry Fleet next Friday at Canterbury Park. Into the winner's enclosure, Instant Love and Manny Americano. The winning owners, Extreme Racing Stables, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Instant Love is a 3-year-old Bay filly by Instagrand out of Love the Breeding, bred in Minnesota by Kimberly Haytens. We have a bell ringer in the winner's enclosure. That means at least $100 to the Canterbury Park Chaplaincy and Backside Foundation, benefiting Backside USA here at CBY. Those who live and work on the backside, at least $100 heads to the Ministry and Outreach Fund. We also have an anonymous donor who is adding $200 for every $100 that heads to the Chaplaincy Backside Foundation. So thank you. Ring the bell after you ring true victory in a given race. Race number 2, 20 minutes from now. On a beautiful Saturday at Canterbury Park, Dancing Boots struts to the early lead and does so convincingly. Dancing Boots puts 2.5 on the field as they corner for the first time. Dancing Boots. After that, Kate Skate giving way in second to Rhythm Ready, who takes it. Then it's Instant Love, 5 lengths behind Dancing Boots and a mile clear from Add to Cart. Around the corner they go. Race 1, CBY. Luis Fuentes slows down a bit on Dancing Boots in first. Rhythm Ready in second by a length and a half. After that, Kate Skate getting a great trip if good enough. 2 lengths from the lead, a bit wide, about 2.5 clear from Instant Love. And then it's Add to Cart shoved on to keep up 10 lengths from it. 5-1-1-5. Dancing Boots still held together tightly to the inside. Rhythm Ready right alongside Kate Skate making a move, still 2 out. Then we come to Instant Love. Add to Cart's running on 8 lengths from the lead. Add to Cart's beginning to run on quickly at 7-1. Meanwhile, Dancing Boots still not doing the moonwalk. Outside of that, Kate Skate. Far outside, Add to Cart. Right behind him, Instant Love. And they come charging down the Canterbury Park turf course. Dancing Boots, Instant Love to the inside. Kate Skate attacks. That's it for Dancing Boots. Instant Love fires on nicely at 5-1. Kate Skate second. It is Instant Love to win it nicely. 3-4-1 in race 1.
Well, we're just a couple weeks into the 2026 summer meeting here at Canterbury, and one of the big trends we're seeing is the new face in town, Manny Americano, a jockey that looks to me to be the real deal. And if you're looking at maybe the favorite to win the Jocks title, he's it. And boy, did he put on a show in race number 1, riding for Mac Robertson in Extreme Racing, saved all the ground, saved all the energy. That's what turf racing is all about. And the morning line maker here, who does a great job, had that horse as the morning line favorite, 2-1. Fans and the bettors didn't buy it, and they paid the price, $12 on Americano for Mac. Come on now. All right, race 2, 7 furlongs, huge scratch of number 2, Lace Up. That horse was likely going to be a big favorite. Kind of opens the race up a little bit, and these 7 furlong races have been fun. Now, do note with that scratch, no show, no try, no super, so focus in on the win. Try that. Try a daily double. Try a pick 3, but just try to pick the winner. That's where the real money is. And if you go by what horses have done at 7 furlongs in the past, you're going to love number 1, because last year at this distance, in September, he went wire to wire from the inside post in a 4-horse field just like this and went off at 7.5-1. His buyer figure that day was 87, which towers over the field. He looks like Lone Speed. He's drawn inside, and he's certainly one of the horses to beat here in race 2. I've got him second because I've got the 3 on top. I'm going to try Awesome Fantasy for the Birdwell gang. In from Tampa last time, ran a good race on the turf, and when trainers do this, when they see a horse run a big race on one surface and they rotate back to the other, nobody knows the horse better than the trainer. That's the coach behind the scenes. So off that great turf race, they go right back on the dirt. And remember, they shipped up from Florida to be here this summer. It's great to have them here. They only get 4, 5, 6 starts in the summer. They're not just going to waste a start. So the fact that they're moving to the dirt got my attention, and it looks like I'm not alone. 6-5 up on the board. Number 2 is Laws of Man. There's the guy, Americano, the hot jock trying to sweep the double. Your handicapping angle is an easy one for Laws of Man. 4 starts on our main track at Canterbury, 1 win, 3 seconds. He's never been worse than out of the exacta. So he's really loving it here. 5 is Awesome Move. De Silva gets the call. This is the other Birdwell horse. Exits the same turf race, just didn't seem to enjoy it. But good dirt numbers, and might be the horse that the people here at the windows forget about. And if they go quick early, this horse should be flying late. The 5, the good-looking gray, is 7-2, and right now the biggest price up on the board. 7 furlong race. Again, no show, no try, no superfectas. And don't forget, as soon as this race is over, we get to watch and wager on the Belmont Stakes from beautiful Saratoga Racetrack, where right now Renegade, the 4-horse, is your 8-5 favorite. Angela and I will have a preview of the Belmont Stakes after this one concludes. Horses right now are leaving the paddock area. They're going to go greet Sir Leonard Dykert. They're going to be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
to the fast main track for the second. Scratch number 2, lace up 5 minutes.
Hello, everybody, down in the winter circle. Hope you are enjoying your night of beers and seltzers, but we'll get back to soda before we get to the second race tonight. It's time for the Sumo Wrestling Pepsi Pickup right here at Canterbury Park. You can see our 2 sumo combatants down here, a couple of brave guys, Max and Charlie. Max is in the red, Charlie's in the blue, and they are going to try to pick up 3 Pepsi bottles. That's the objective in here. The first one to get them into their bucket gets a couple of tickets to Larry Fleet on Friday, June 12th. The runner-up will get a daily double pack, but I want to remind you both, and you might have seen them warming up, this is a full contact race, so if you need to knock out your competition to get that 3rd bottle, do it now. Sumo combatants, are you 2 ready to make this run for the Pepsi? Yeah, give them a little encouragement. It is not easy on a day like this, guys. If you are ready, set, sumo, get out there and get those bottles, you 2. Oh man, first one down is Max. Charlie having trouble picking up the bottle though. You gotta copy Max's technique. They both have one in, now they're going for the second one. Max has built up a pretty sizable lead. There you go, Charlie, well done. Just knock him right over. You gotta get a little more contact in there, Max. Come on, hit him. There you go. Well, maybe land the next one a little bit better next time. He's got the technique down for the bottle. He's gonna get the 3rd one. Poor Charlie. What happened over here, Charlie? You're gonna have to make a big run at him. Oh, come on, get him on the ground. Knock him over. You pushed him across the line, and your winner is Max. Congratulations, Max. You're gonna be going to Larry Fleet. Charlie, you might need to spend a couple more races in that suit to get things really down, but we thank you both for coming out here. Well done. Give them a round of applause. That is not easy, and it's hard to do that gracefully. Well done, you 2. If you want to join them, there are still tickets available for Larry Fleet. Check out CanterburyPark.com. You can get all the information for that and all upcoming events here at Canterbury. We've got 3 minutes, now 2, until race number 2. And remember, coming up after that, we are taking a break for the Belmont Stakes.
It's post time. First dirt race tonight. 86 Chevy, 9-5. Awesome Fantasy, 3-2. Seven-furlong race. They start at the southwest side of Canterbury. They're in. They're racing. Slow beginning for Laws of Man. 86 Chevy fires out. So does Awesome Fantasy in 1 and 3. Well supported in the win wagering. They go 1-2 early and are about 3 lengths clear from that gray Awesome Move. Then it's Laws of Man. Up the barn side, 86 Chevy and Roman calling the shots by 1. In second, Awesome Fantasy on the prowl. Likewise, we come back to Awesome Move. That one is creeping in 2 lengths out of it. Likewise for Laws of Man, and the Laws are right together about 2.5 lengths behind. 86 Chevy, who runs away by 1.5 with 3.5 to go. Into the far turn, they're chasing number 1, 86 Chevy. Awesome Fantasy still right there, cuts that lead to 1/2. Then it's Awesome Move and Laws of Man, and they approach the top of the stretch. Roman and 86 Chevy still yet to look back. 86 Chevy revving up for the stretch run. Then it's Awesome Fantasy, Laws of Man, and Awesome Move, and here they come. 86 Chevy, Awesome Fantasy to give that one a try again. Then it's Awesome Move, that's the gray, and not today for Laws of Man into the final football field. 86 Chevy loves this distance, loves this racetrack, and is heading right to the winner's circle. 1-3-5 in race 2. Number 1, 86 Chevy, first in 124.68. 1-3-5-4, not official. There was a claim in race number 2. One of them is Shifting Barnes, winning a 2-way shake for the runner-up, number 3, Awesome Fantasy. His trainer, Mike Beeler, for the Next Level Canterbury Group 2. Awesome Fantasy claimed Beeler, Next Level 2. Race 2 is official. Alrighty, the Belmont Stakes available for viewing and wagering. In fact, they're heading onto the track for the Belmont Stakes. We're about 10 minutes from it. When wagering on the Belmont Stakes, featuring Derby winner Golden Tempo, please indicate you are wagering on race 13 at Saratoga. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering available for the 2026 Belmont Stakes. Renegade is favored, and they're walking out to the track. We will have television coverage of the Belmont Stakes all throughout Canterbury Park. We have it in plenty of places now. It'll be on the big screen in the infield shortly. Winners enclosure, 86 Chevy and Constantino Roman. The winning owners, real estate mogul Larry Cronin and Paul Hook. And the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. Racing. Slow beginning for Laws of Man. 86 Chevy fires out. So does Awesome Fantasy and 1 and 3. Well supported in the win wagering. They go 1-2 early and are about 3 lengths clear from that gray Awesome Move. Then it's Laws of Man. Up the barn side, 86 Chevy and Roman calling the shots by 1. In second, Awesome Fantasy on the prowl. Likewise, we come back to Awesome Move. That one is creeping in 2 lengths out of it. Likewise for Laws of Man, and the Laws are right together about 2.5 lengths behind. 86 Chevy, who runs away by 1.5 with 3.5 to go. Into the far turn, they're chasing number 1. 86 Chevy. Awesome Fantasy still right there, cuts that lead to 1/2. Then it's Awesome Move and Laws of Man, and they approach the top of the stretch. Roman and 86 Chevy still yet to look back. 86 Chevy revving up for the stretch run. Then it's Awesome Fantasy, Laws of Man, and Awesome Move, and here they come. 86 Chevy, Awesome Fantasy to give that one a try again. Then it's Awesome Move, that's the gray, and not today for Laws of Man into the final football field. 86 Chevy loves this distance, loves this racetrack, and is heading right to the winner's circle. 1-3-5 in race 2.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you to give you a Belmont preview. We are just 5 minutes away from the Belmont, Ange. And one thing we just saw on our screen was the Derby winner is number 9, Golden Tempo. He looks the picture warming up. How about Cherie DeVoe? What a great story, her winning the Derby, the first ever female trainer to do so. What do you think of Golden Tempo? Just make the case for the win and make the case for maybe why this horse won't win.
Well, if you think that you're just looking for a horse that'll get the distance of 1.25 miles, he's proven that he can do it against this caliber of competition, and that is not something that a lot of horses will ever be able to do, much less at this juncture of their 3-year-old year. I guess how would you equate it? Kind of like a high school, a college, when you're really coming into your own like athleticism. And I think that Golden Tempo did get a pretty perfect setup, but he did what he was supposed to do with a perfect setup. So if you do think that the pace is going to get hotter than we probably think that it is, Golden Tempo is a horse that you know will be rolling at the end and can, to a degree, make his own trip. I mean, he can fit between horses a little bit better than a horse of Renegade size, but he's been taking the money throughout, and he still sits on the board at 9-5. I have not seen him top 2-1 in any point in the betting.
Well, he ran a huge race in the Derby. Renegade is the 4. He is the favorite here in the Belmont Stakes. He's got Irad Ortiz. Todd Pletcher's won a bunch of these races, New York-based trainer. My biggest question mark is the pace. I don't think it's going to be very lively, but if you look at what this horse has done, I mean, the Arkansas Derby was spectacular. His Kentucky Derby with that trouble was great. So I get why people are betting him. Couple things. I'm on the 8. You're on the 3, Chief Wallaby, and we'll get to both those horses, but no one's talking about the 2 Power Shift who might be lone speed. And this is Luis Saez, and this is kind of what he does.
Well, if nothing else, he is the key to the race. Like you mentioned, he is the pace. And, there's 2 schools of thought. Do you think that he gets up front and just crawls along and just rocks everybody to sleep on the front end? Or I think that he's not going to go slow. I think he is still going to set not a rapid tempo, but a steady tempo. And I think that he's going to set enough for Renegade to run down, where I don't think anybody is going to get too comfy if they sit and breathe down his neck. So I would want a horse that sits somewhere in mid-pack, maybe 3-4 lengths off the pace. There are some horses that fit that bill and do so more naturally than some of their competition that are urged to stay closer, sometimes like in the Derby, to stay out of trouble. That was Chief Wallaby for me. Emerging Market could do such a thing. Commandment, I thought maybe wanted to be a little bit further back than he was in the Derby, and he right now I think represents the value on the board to me at 6-1.
Yeah, he looks great on the track. I watched the post parade. Commandment looked unbelievable walking by on our television monitors. Chief Wallaby is the horse I fell in love with this winter. I had future bets on him in the Derby. He wore first-time blinkers for Bill Mott on Derby Day, and he did not have a good trip. I mean, there were certain points in that race where Wallaby was trying to make his move, and he kind of got closed off. I think he'll be a lot closer to the pace, and I think 5-1 is a fair price on your horse.
Yeah, it is. I'm hoping for a trip that I know I might not get. I want him to be closer to the pace, get the jump on the closers, and really break the race open a little bit earlier than you normally would in the Belmont. But we'll see what they decide to do tactically with anybody else besides the 2, because really outside of him and the deep closers, you have some more versatile types and some questions.
All right, folks, get your bets in because they're at the gate for the Belmont Stakes from Saratoga. There's Cherie DeVoe. They're loading in line. Good luck with your bets. We'll see you back in the paddock for race number 3 here at Canterbury.
Growth Equity will be next. Here's Renegade. Commandment. Just 2 more left to load now. Emerging Market awaiting his turn, gets a little help and walks in. And your Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo. For the 3rd and final time, it's the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, and Power Shift sprints out of the gate. So too Growth Equity. On the inside, Vitruvian Man is in 3rd. Chief Wallaby 4th. Renegade not far behind, 5 lengths off the pace. Emerging Market inches up on the outside of Commandment. Otinho is 2nd to last, and Golden Tempo once again takes his place at the back of the field. Power Shift will set the tempo, leads the way into the clubhouse turn by 3/4 of a length, with Growth Equity a clear-cut 2nd. Vitruvian Man is in 3rd, and they are followed by Emerging Market. The opening quarter went in a very moderate 23 4/5 seconds. It's another 2 lengths back. Chief Wallaby is kept on the outside of Otinho. Then comes Renegade and Commandment stride for stride. And Jose Ortiz takes the Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo, onto the rail. And he's 12 lengths off the pace. It's Power Shift on the inside and Growth Equity head and head. The half went in 48 1/5 seconds, coming to the half-mile pole in the Belmont Stakes, with Vitruvian Man holding his spot in third. Then it's Emerging Market, fourth and 3.5 off them. Chief Wallaby will go 3 wide outside of him. Now Renegade is called on. He's starting to make some headway. He's on the inside. Will need to find some room, but he's very much in the thick of it as Growth Equity has taken the lead in 1:12 1/5 seconds. Growth Equity short lead. Chief Wallaby's making a big move from behind. Golden Tempo is coming along with Commandment as the field turns for home. On the inside, Growth Equity is just in front. Chief Wallaby comes to him. Out in the center of the racetrack, Commandment's running a giant race. Renegade in between and Golden Tempo. Golden Tempo, Renegade, Commandment on the outside. Golden Tempo from last to first has to fend off Commandment in the final strides. Golden Tempo pulls away late. Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes. Commandment ran lights out in second. Renegade was third. And Cherie DeVoe writes another chapter in her outstanding story. Number 9, Golden Tempo was first. 7, Commandment finished second. 4, Renegade was third. And 3, Chief Wallaby finished fourth.
Now, if you have a look, here are the prices from the Belmont Stakes. It is officially another victory for Derby winner Golden Tempo. Paid $14 on top, ended up at 6-1, same price as Commandment, which is a little surprising that they didn't come down at all, but a great value for, the top two for the Exacta. It's a nice group. And Renegade did get into a little bit of trouble, but still looked like he got to get his run in and comes up third as the 8-5 chalk. 9, 7, 4, and 3 round out your top four. Chief Wallaby made a little bit of an early run at things. Didn't come up with the winning kick in the stretch. And you can see those payouts. Not bad at all considering the field size and considering the heavy money that did go to Renegade. Now, these are the special payouts that we have. There were a lot of special wagers and they all ended in the double. So do keep an eye on these. These will be on channel 23 if you want to keep an eye on anything else that gets paid out. But if you want to keep an eye on Canterbury, and you should because we're 13 minutes away from race number 3, Kevin is here to talk more about the upcoming Pick 5 and third race.
All right, here we go in the paddock as we get back to live racing. Remember, we've got stakes action tonight with races 4 and race 6. And big night of racing on hand. We've got the Beer Fest, the Seltzer Fest. Great crowd on hand. Make your wagers early. It's one of those nights where you're going to have to be cognizant and very patient with your fellow Canterbury patrons. And my favorite race to handicap comes up next. This is such a cool race to take a look at. We got Randy Scarta down here in the paddock. That's Gopher immortality. Johnny the Mouse Mickelson upstairs, the biggest Gopher hockey fan I know, should come down here and get his picture taken with Mr. Randy Scarta. Great to see him. And great to see a field like this where you've got multiple stud horses trying to go 5 furlongs on the turf. Let's start with one of the long shots. It's number 1 high probability. Troy Bethke's barn off to a sneaky fast start here at Canterbury, popping with some prices. The Q gets a stride, and you go back to his last turf event in October at Belterra. He ran a really good second at 9-1. Inside post, gets to save all that ground. Enough speed to stay relevant early, but probably not enough speed to go with a couple of the outside horses. But I wouldn't be surprised if this horse would hit the ticket if you're going to do a try or superfecta. Number 2 is Giano with Jude riding for Stacy Rushton. Last 2 efforts, back-to-back 70 Beyer speed figures. Decent turf numbers, and another horse like the one that figures to save ground and be ready to roll when they turn for home. Number 3 is a Minnesota bred. His name is It's Bob's Business. Mac Robertson trains. Wakrelme gets the call. This horse, decent numbers at Canterbury. Stalking speed, probably sits just behind the front markers and tries to pounce. Mac Robertson already has a win on this card at 5-1. Number 4 is your morning line favorite. This is Pat's Paddock Pick. Esteban Martinez conditions. 4 starts on the Canterbury turf, and 3 of them he ended up in the winner's circle. He's got blazing early speed. That 84 Beyer speed figure he earned last time out is much better than anybody else in here. That's all the good news. The bad news is he's 6 and hasn't raced since September. Solid workouts, speed of the speed on the board at 3-1. Number 5 is a really cool horse. His name is Philo Badeau, and he's got a big old heart. 7 starts on our turf, 4 wins, and he's a horse that's got some versatility. He's won on the lead, he's won from sitting just off it, and he's even passed horses and come from far back. So he's one of those really cool horses that doesn't need the race to just fall into his lap. He can make his own race. He looks fit as a fiddle down here off those sharp workouts, and I tell you what, 4-1 is a very, very fair price on Philo Badeau. I'm going to land on the 6 here, and I got to tell you, 4, 5, and 6 are all pretty well equal, but I love the outside post. I love the fact that Bodenheimer just adores the turf. At this distance, 13 starts on the grass, 8 wins, and 4 seconds. That's 12 for 13 in the Exacta. He's fit right now off a couple of nice starts over in Arizona. He gets Americano in the saddle, and I think he can make his own trip from the outside. So I've got the 6. I think it's a wide open race. I think it's a fun betting race. Who do you like? Put your money where your mind is. That's the beauty of horse racing on a gorgeous Saturday night in Shakopee. Stakes action on deck for races 4 and 6. Turf Sprinters, cool betting race coming up. And coming at you next.
And we head to the firm turf course for the Canterbury Park Pick 5. It begins 6 minutes from now. And in the third race, scratch number 7, Martini Man.
All right, hey, real quick, we're going to shoot out some T-shirts here in a minute. My name's Steve Gorman. I'm here with a rider from KQRS, Gorman in the Morning, and we want to share some shirts. So if you're looking for a shirt, go ahead and yell, call us names, whatever it takes. We'll try to get you.
It's race time. Into the gate they go for the third. A contentious turf sprint. And they're moving in line. Philo Beto goes in. And here is Bodenheimer. Ready for a dash. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. From the center, Pat's Paddock Pick trying to win 4 in a row, flashes big time early speed. So does Bodenheimer to the outside with Philo Beto. And now Bodenheimer and Philo Beto race out by 2.5, 3 over Pat's Paddock Pick. Then it's high probability, 7 out of it. The gray is Giano. And the one in last is It's Bob's Business. 10 covers them. There goes Bodie. Bodenheimer opens up by 2 on the veteran Philo Beto, who's still handheld. 3 lengths behind that, we have It's Bob's Business looking to close in. Pat's Paddock Pick now back and forth, overtaken by high probability, and they're chasing Bodenheimer. Bodenheimer, Philo Beto tired, high probability taking off to the outside with Pat's Paddock Pick, but they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed displayed by Bodenheimer, who wins it impressively. Number 6, Bodenheimer first. 1 high probability second at 25 to 1. And third, It's Bob's Business. Chalk all odds. Pat's Paddock Pick ran fourth. The third race provided in part by Quick Trip. You can win 2 Old National Bank VIP experience tickets to the Ram Trucks Rodeo here at Canterbury mid-July. Tickets include a full complimentary hospitality setup with premium seating on the arena railing right next to the bucking chutes, plus a $100 Quick Trip gift card. Enter in your Quick Rewards app for a chance to win now through June 14th. Race 3 is official. 31.90 for the exacta, 78.80 for the trifecta, favorite on top. Superfecta 42.30, and the first pick 3 today paid $58.40. Race number 4 is the Lady Slipper Stakes for $50,000. Post time about 22 minutes from now. Father's Day is in a couple of weeks. Spend it at Canterbury Park. And thank you, Furniture Mart, for giving away free Lazy Boy recliners after each race on Father's Day. Plus, we have a food truck festival. So bring dear old dad to the racetrack on Father's Day. We begin at 1 o'clock. Information at canterburypark.com. Seventh victory all-time on the Canterbury Park turf. 13th all-time for Bodenheimer. He's into the winner's enclosure with Manny Americano. The winning owner, Kristen Boyce. And the winning trainer, Valerie Lund. Bodenheimer, a Canterbury classic. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. From the center, Pat's Paddock Pick trying to win 4 in a row, flashes big time early speed. So does Bodenheimer to the outside with Philo Beto. And now Bodenheimer and Philo Beto race out by 2.5, 3 over Pat's Paddock Pick. Then it's high probability, 7 out of it. The gray is Giano. And the one in last is It's Bob's Business. 10 covers them. There goes Bodie. Bodenheimer opens up by 2 on the veteran Philo Beto, who's still handheld. 3 lengths behind that, we have It's Bob's Business looking to close in. Pat's Paddock Pick now back and forth, overtaken by high probability, and they're chasing Bodenheimer. Bodenheimer, Philo Beto tired, high probability taking off to the outside with Pat's Paddock Pick, but they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed displayed by Bodenheimer, who wins it impressively. Stakes racing time at Canterbury Park. Welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. Excited to call this one and also excited to hear the handicapping because we have a big favorite here by the name of Thunder's Rock and Roll, and she'll go favored in this race, trying to become the 7th in the history of the Lady Slipper to win the race 2 times. Thunder's Rock and Roll won it a couple of years ago. Is she beatable? Let's find out. Let's handicap it from the paddock.
Thank you, PA. Angela Herman and I will get ready now for the first of 2 different stakes races. You know, and these are tough races when you're a public handicapper because you're trying to find value in these races. And, you know, when you see a horse that's up on the board right now at 1 to 5, I mean, here's what I do. And again, everybody has their own way of playing the horses out here. I like a straight exacta. I like to, if I really like the favorite, which I do here, I don't think she can be beat if she has anywhere near a clean trip. I like to just do a straight exacta. So I'm going to try to handicap the Lady Slipper by saying Thunder's Rock and Roll is going to win and then trying to figure out who's going to run second. How do you play these type of races?
I think that is a better way to approach it maybe than if you like this horse a lot, maybe singling them in a double or something like that, because then everybody's got the horse right along with you. But if you do take an exacta, then you can move on to another race where maybe you like the horizontal, that being a multi-race sequence, a little bit better. You don't have to incorporate this race into it if you don't want. It is a part of our Pick 5, but other than that, I mean, there are plenty of options for you to take this field and try to make money with them a different way.
And the one thing I will say is if you do not believe Thunder's Rock and Roll is a mortal lock, then the other horses' prices, generally speaking, are usually about twice what they should be because people dive in, you know, double fisting these favorites, and you can get some value the other way. If you're going to play a pick 3, if you're in the pick 5, if you ever beat a 1 to 5 or 2 to 5 shot, the payoffs are crazy. So a couple schools of thought. We're going to watch these horses when they come out and walk around for us. Both of us have a pretty keen eye for the body language, and it's a warm night out here. And if you're just joining us now, you're getting into your chair somewhere around the country watching these great stakes races, see if these horses are getting a little lathered up because I'm telling you, it's that kind of heat.
Well, and what do you typically look for when you are looking for a horse that might be a little bit unsettled? Because some horses just, on a warm day, they're going to get a little bit of sweat on their neck. But what stands out if you were looking for maybe a horse that's getting a little too excited in the paddock?
I look for neck sweat. You'll see a lot of horses that get that neck sweat. And then the white foam on the hind quarters, when they come walking by, if you're smart enough to be out here or watching our crack TV crew give the fans back on TV a look at it, the foam on the back end is usually a red flag for me. And I want to see a horse that looks good. There's a little, you know, healthy coat where it's kind of banking off in the sun. That's great, but I don't want to see a lot of moisture. I don't want to see a lot of wasted energy because on a night like tonight, it's steamy. In this paddock, there isn't a ton of air flowing around here, so we'll keep an eye on that. But let's handicap. Anna Lee's the horse that Bruce Meyer, the Oracle, loves. Now, he's watching and betting out at Saratoga with our guy Troy. I didn't see it on paper myself, but the Oracle's a sharp guy. Turf to dirt, your thoughts?
I just thought that Anna Lee might be looking for a little bit more distance or a lot more distance than this. I mean, we've seen her at so many 2-turn races. Getting back into the Lady Slipper and going 6 furlongs is not an impossible task for her. It's just not what she's been doing much of lately. Now, Anna Lee hasn't run since last September, so of course that makes this a good, not only kind of dust remover, a way to get her back in action, but it's a way that she can't get claimed, and it'll give her some good foundation to perhaps go back to some of those longer races. So whatever Annalie's plans are beyond this, I'm not sure that she'll be cranked for the Lady Slipper, but she will make a good account of herself. She's just a classy filly.
How about Patrick Swan, 23% trainer, and I love what he did with number 2 Thunder's Rock and Roll. If you've got a Minnesota bred, you want your horse fit and ready for the biggest races here in Shakopee. So rather than wait and bring the horse here off the bench, he tried a nice stakes race, the Bosselman, $110,000 race in against the boys. And it was a boggy, muddy track. And the opening quarter mile was pretty manageable, 24 flat. But she went 23 flat for the second quarter. And I know she finished 4th, but that's a really good effort. If she comes back and she's legged up and ready to go tonight, I just think she gets the lead here and she just draws away. I think Thunder's Rock and Roll looks really tough to beat on paper.
Well, if you talk about Anna Lee maybe looking forward to some different targets down the road, Thunder's Rock and Roll need look no further for a target that fits her very well to try to get her 12th win. You know, she's running against this competition. She's got the speed. She's got the inside. There's too much stuff to like about her to, I guess, try to beat her. But if you are going to try to do it, an interesting item is one that we haven't seen up here in quite some time. Right next door in the Big Beauty, Lover Girl, who hasn't been out since April.
Yeah, Lover Girl's the danger for me. I've got her second in my analysis. And when she's right, she can really kick it in late. Now, she'll need some help up front. And again, she hasn't raced since April at Oaklawn Park, but that last race she ran at Oaklawn Park was against Open Company, and she was actually up on the pace. I don't think she'll be on the pace here. She looks fantastic in the paddock. Now, if you're new to coming out here and you're like, hey, Ange, hey, KG, what do you look for? Take a mental picture of the three right now. That is what I look for. Physically gorgeous, on the toes with energy, and look at the coat. It looks like a freshly washed car. You can't look any better than Lover Girl. And I know on paper she's probably up against it because the 2 is so fast. And that's a beautiful looking racehorse.
Yeah, she looks very much prepared for the task. The return to the races that is today for Lover Girl. Right now she's 4-1. You get a much bigger price on the outside 2 runners. Carson Bay is the next one to come back here. She's one that we haven't seen in a bit too, not since last August, but kind of like some of her competition in here. She has got in a couple of reps down in Louisiana and Arkansas. Took a swing at each track, but she did show a little bit more speed on the turf and earlier on in the year. So we'll see what kind of Carson Bay comes here, but don't be dissuaded by any of her races against Open Company. Carson Bay against Minnesota Breds is a tough filly, and she's got some speed. She should be involved right from the start.
She might hold the key to the race because the favorite is fast, and if anyone's going to push the favorite along, it might be Carson Bay. And closed circuit shout out to the normal rider, Erica Murray. I know she's watching down in Cajun Country. Erica, we miss you. We love you. And good luck down south. Now we move on to the 5. It's the gray. It's Tap to Go. Ange, a 3-year-old filly taking on her elders. What do you think?
Well, it's quite an ambitious spot, but it certainly signals that she might be improving off that first race that she got in of the year. She had speed that day, but she should be able to carry it a little bit further now that she does have it behind her. Tap to Go still took a little while to break her maiden, and when she was in against her own age group, she was picking up some pieces too along the way. She did win, but she won by a neck when she broke her maiden. That was a good fight down the stretch, but she's going to need that amount of fight and some more to take on this group.
All right, folks, it is the first of 2 different big Minnesota bred stakes. It's the $50,000 Lady Slipper. You're going to watch and wager and watch one of these ladies run right into the history books. Can anyone dare go with Thunder's Rock and Roll? She's 2-5. The intrigue is building. Angela and I will see on the front side at the finish line as we watch them warm up. Good luck. Get your bets in now and enjoy this awesome stakes race.
And now, Lynn Dykert's stakes race call to the post. It's the 40th running of the Lady Slipper Stakes, a $50,000 stakes race. And here they are. Number 1 is Anna Lee, ridden by Luis Fuentes. The owners, Cheryl Sprick and Richard Bramer. The trainer, Mike Beeler. Number 2, Thunder's Rock and Roll, won this race 2 years ago. This mare is owned by Bob Lindgren and trained by Pat Swan in the irons. Manny Americano. And Alonzo Quinones is astride number 3, Lover Girl, for Gary and Brenda Bergsrud. The trainer, Nick Goodwin. Number 5 is Valine Farms' Carson Bay. This filly is trained by Gary Shear. In the irons, Jose Raquelme. And number 5 is Gayatri Rampaderit's Tap to Go, trained by Edgar Espinoza. Tap to Go is ridden by Eduardo Gallardo. Lady Slipper time in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the big screen in the infield or TV monitors, some last second handicapping from Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman.
Well, Ange, it's still pretty steamy, as we talked about in the paddock, just watching these horses warm up. The 2 gets a little bit warm. The favorite, Thunder's Rock and Roll, I'm not too alarmed by that. Mesmerized still by Lover Girl. I thought she looked fantastic. And I know, again, on paper, she might be a little bit overmatched, but I think she's going to run bigger. I think it could be a horse race down the stretch, and that's all we can ask for.
Yeah, she's a big, lovely mare, but like you mentioned, Thunder's Rock and Roll is kind of being herself. She gets cranked up, she gets excited, a little bit warm, but it is a warm night. That's going to happen. I thought that Anna Lee made a pretty good impression, too, and I wouldn't be surprised to see her outrun her odds if they stay at 7-1. But as far as you can see, I mean, everything on the warm-up, everything on the track, everything in the paddock, pretty much to schedule. We just see a field of 5 pros ready to take this one on. They do still have a very formidable favorite who remains at 2-5 in Thunder's Rock and Roll.
And I think one of the biggest misnomers in these smaller fields, I think sometimes the jockey's responsibilities can get magnified because it's not always a typical pace. And when you've got a favorite that is fast early, I'll be very curious to see how the other riders treat Thunder's Rock and Roll early. You can't just go out there and leave her, but if you go out there to tackle her, are you going to compromise your chance at a paycheck? This is a $50,000 race, so do you see anyone fast enough to challenge the favorite early?
I just wouldn't be surprised if either one of the outside two fillies just at least put themselves in second early and just to see if maybe Thunder's Rock and Roll is having an off day or doesn't show as much speed or maybe stumbles at the start. It would take something like that, I think, for them to take the lead on her. But I wouldn't be surprised if they went and made it a race at least for a little while.
All right, PA, nothing better than being a part of a $50,000 stakes race. You get to paint the picture. The horses get to do the work. They're almost to the gate, everybody. Enjoy.
All right, KG, the first of two stakes races today at Canterbury, and they've reached the gate. It is now race time. Thunder's Rock and Roll, victorious in the Lady Slipper 2024, trained by John Arnett that year. She's trying to win this race 2 times and join the likes of Clickbait, who won it twice, 2021, 2022. Polar Plunge, 13 and 15 for Cam Casby and Alan Bill Allwelling. Hidden Gold won it a couple of times. Likewise for the Great Filly Sentimental Charm. Nidari for the Cassoons, 2000 and 2001. Courtly Cathy won it in 97 and 98. Bold Polly won the first Lady Slipper, the first year of racing at Canterbury Downs. Charles Taliaferro trained Bold Polly. Thunder's Rock and Roll, 1-5 in favored. Carson Bay.
Everybody good? Everybody good? Oh!
And they're racing in the Lady Slipper Stakes. Carson Bay off a couple of steps slowly. Thunder's Rock and Roll comes out looking for the early lead. Thunder's Rock and Roll flashing speed to the inside of Tap to Go. And now Lover Girl and Thunder's Rock and Roll. They'll open up 1.5, maybe 2 on Tap to Go. After that, Ann Ali, 4 lengths from the lead, creeping up, and 1.5 clear from Carson Bay. 5 covered by 5, and they have 3 to go in the Lady Slipper. Thunder's Rock and Roll and Americano by ahead. Lover Girl in the queue, badgering that heavy favorite. Anna Lee getting a great trip if good enough, and now being angled to the outside by Luis Fuentes. Carson Bay is out of last, 7 out of it. In last is Tap to Go, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch in the 2026 Ladies Slipper Stakes, and there goes Thunder's Rock and Roll. Carson Bay flashes into second. Then it's Lover Girl, but Thunder's Rock and Roll and Manny Americano, they wear the Lady Slipper. The Lady Slipper is official. Thunder's Rock and Roll paid $210, $210, $210. Okay. 111.02 the final time. 2-4-3-1. Race number 5 takes us back to the turf course. It's firm. Scratch numbers 1 and 7. 1 and 7 out of race 5. This one's courtesy of Pepsi, our official soft drink provider. John Deere. Their purpose is to empower and support the farmer and all of us. And the best jewelry store in Minnesota, Continental Diamond. Race number 5, 22 minutes away. First pick 4, 27 and change. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the winner's enclosure, John Gruen. He'll make the trophy presentation for the 40th running of the Lady Slipper Stakes. John is Canterbury Park's general manager. And with earnings approaching $500,000, here is the Lady Slipper champion, Thunder's Rock and Roll. And 3 victories today for jockey Manuel Americano. Thunder's Rock and Roll is owned by Bob Lindgren and trained by Pat Swan. The victorious mare is a 6-year-old bay daughter of Madam's Music out of Thunder and Honey. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Mr. Bob Lindgren.
Yep.
Let's meet the victorious jockey, Manny Americano, who is with KG.
Well, I'm super excited to meet you. You have taken the first 3 weeks by storm riding here. How much fun are you having at Canterbury Park?
How much what? Fun? It's pretty good. I like everything. So much person. I'm very happy for stay here. So my English not perfect for explanation exactly for everybody, for public, for owners and everything. But I'm very happy for here. A lot of opportunities, the trainers, owners, and guide me a lot. So I'm really happy.
Tell us about the young lady you just rode in this race. You have never ridden her before. What did she show you in this race?
So I don't understand exactly, but so the horse pretty good, time bracket pretty good, so good position, waiting for a stretch, and time that I move it, horse respond very good, you know.
You're really looking good in the saddle. Congrats on the early success here at Canterbury. Big stakes win, Manny. Keep it going tonight. Well done.
Thank you so much.
That is the newest, hottest rider at Canterbury, Manny Americano. He and Thunder's Rock and Roll blow him out in the Lady Slipper.
And they're racing in the Lady Slipper Stakes. Carson Bay off a couple of steps slowly. Thunder's Rock and Roll comes out looking for the early lead. Thunder's Rock and Roll flashing speed to the inside of Tap to Go. And now Lover Girl and Thunder's Rock and Roll. They'll open up 1.5, maybe 2 on Tap to Go. After that, Ann Ali, 4 lengths from the lead, creeping up, and 1.5 clear from Carson Bay. 5 covered by 5, and they have 3 to go in the Lady Slipper. Thunder's Rock and Roll and Americano by ahead. Lover Girl in the queue, badgering that heavy favorite. Anna Lee getting a great trip if good enough, and now being angled to the outside by Luis Fuentes. Carson Bay is out of last, 7 out of it. In last is Tap to Go, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch in the 2026 Ladies Slipper Stakes, and there goes Thunder's Rock and Roll. Carson Bay flashes into second. Then it's Lover Girl, but Thunder's Rock and Roll and Manny Americano, they wear the Lady Slipper.
Well, a lot of people watch sports to see greatness, and we just saw some of that with Thunder's Rock and Roll. She is such a neat horse for Bobby Lindgren. Americano, the jockey that we've been talking about each and every race day here in the opening couple weeks, he's now won 3 of the first 4 races on the card. And now we go to a 1-mile race on the grass, a real humdinger. The bookenders are scratched. Take out the 1 and 7, and here comes number 2, Catch a Wave. Hey Jude in the saddle for Rushton. Hasn't seen the turf since way back in New York, October of 25. So it's been a while, but tell you what, the turf speed figures at both Aqueduct and Saratoga are interesting. This horse was trained by Chad Brown. Very interesting angle there at 7-1. Number 2 is a Minnesota bred. He's a real hard trier too. It's Found Jordan for Virginia Peters. De Silva gets the call, and this is an interesting horse because De Silva rode it twice back in 24. A win and then a second in the Blair's Cove. So De Silva and Found Jordan get along well. Should be motoring in the late stages. Danny Chersvik owns the 4. He's got all the luminaries out here with him. Guy never takes a day off. He works 365 days a year. So get Danny some good luck. Lord knows has got speed, he's got class, and Angela Herman is with Danny Chersvik. She selects that 4-ball at 3-1. Good luck to Danny. Number 5 is Batter Up, and there's the red-hot jockey, Manny Americano, looking to win his 4th race on the card. Big closer, great trainer. Mac Robertson, arguably the best trainer in the history of this racetrack. Look for Batter Up to be far back early, but make a big, bold move, kind of like the Derby and now Belmont winner, Golden Tempo. That's the style that Batter Up brings to the table in 8-5 odds. I'm on the 6. I'm on Sushi Man. Sushi Man's been off for a while, but he's only 4. He's got Eddie G. He's got Cody Rosine, and he's got blazing early speed. I'm going to see if Sushi Man can take him all the way. He looks great down here in the paddock, full of energy, good-looking coat. There goes Eddie G getting a leg up, and we'll see if Sushi Man has a tasty answer here in race number 5. Gotta love turf racing at Canterbury. Horses are heading down the tunnel. Soon they'll be on the track, and they'll meet the best bugler in North America, Sir Leonard Diker with the call to the post. I'll see you on the front side for the old wheelbarrow clip.
Sir Leonard Dykert. Ooh, that was smooth. Thank you, Len. Len Dykert, Canterbury's bugler. 5 minutes from now, race 5, firm turf course. Pick 3 wagering on the final 3 live races today. Scratch numbers 1 and 7.
Fans, as you enjoy your beers and seltzers and get your bets in, we've got a really exciting thing down here by the winner's circle. I've been thinking about this all day. It doesn't get much better than when you get the battle of the sexes, right? Like men against women, boy against girl. This is what it's all about in the world. And we've got two young ladies here in the yellow tank tops. They're going to try to show these boys a thing or two in the wheelbarrow race. And they're playing for big prizes from Canterbury Park. And here's how it works. You can see our crack staff here at Canterbury getting the course ready. They're going to wheel themselves down, switch partners. So what they're going to do is if you got the ride, your partner that was pushing you hops in the wheelbarrow, and then you push them back. And the first one back is going to win unbelievable prizes from Canterbury Park. Now, these boys who were taunting us earlier might be on steroids, seeing their arms. I mean, I'm not sure that's natural. But anyway, they're the heavy favorites here. But there's pressure. There is pressure involved on when you're favored. So we'll see. We're almost set for a start. Marketing team has got the cones. They've got to weave their way through, switch partners, and come back. We are moments away from the battle of the sexes that is the wheelbarrow race. Side bets at a facility like this are absolutely encouraged. Don't be shy. Bet your people. Boys versus girls. Almost ready. Yeah, inside out, inside switch, all the way back to the line. Girls, do not let me down. On your marks, get set, go, and there go the wheelbarrows. The girls get out of the gate fast. The boys are charging, though, now as they get down to the final boom, and they switch partners, and now they come down to the final 20 yards. Boys lead by a length. Girls are, oh, no, they hit the cone, and the boys are cruising, and I mean cruising home. Give them a round of applause. They did a heck of a job, and the boys beat the girls on a Saturday in Shakopee. Oh, the wonder of it all.
It is now race time. Sushi Man, the Canterbury Derby champion from last year, goes in. Here they come. And there they go. Sushi Man comes out of the gate as the favorite and immediately is in hand and in command. Sushi Man, with 1 lap to go, has a 3-length lead. Lord Knows lays second to the outside of Catch a Wave, who's catching a wave to attempt to join Lord Knows for second. Sushi Man, 1.5. Pace very moderate, pace very reasonable. After that, we have Found a Jordan. Found a Jordan, the Minnesotan, is 5 lengths from the lead and about 2.5 clear from Batter Up with the Hot Jock. Up the barn side they go, race 5 on a beautiful Saturday in Shakopee. Sushi Man and Eddie G pick up the tempo anew and lead it by about 1, but now Catch a Wave comes shooting through to the inside to pressure Sushi Man. Outside of that is Lord Knows getting a great trip, but now all of a sudden 3 out of it. Batter Up trying to win 3 in a row and on the inside. Then it's Found a Jordan, 6 lengths rearmost off the far turn. It's still Sushi Man with Wasabi. Sushi Man spicy by 3 and handheld under a triple hammerlock. Outside Lord Knows, Catch a Wave still right in there. After that we have Batter Up. Now Sushi Man off the layoff, roused for run into the final furlong. Sushi Man from Batter Up, who now is second. Outside of that is Lord Knows. Sushi Man way too classy. Sushi Man runs up the score and wins it by 5. Number 6, Sushi Man in 136.29. Race number 5 is official. It is 6-5-3-2. Race 6 is the Saturday penultimate. And it commences Dr. Dan's Daily Double. Double wagering on races 6 and 7. The $50,000 10,000 Lake Stakes is coming up around the corner. Scratch number 1, Heavenly Conveyance. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by the Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council, Minnesota, the state of soy. We also thank Hormel and Tri-State Bobcat, carrying top brands like Bobcat, Toro, and Steel. Visit Tri-State Bobcat today. Two-time stakes winner last summer at Canterbury. Very, very gifted horse. Unseen all of 2026. After making 114 grand last year, he makes his debut this year in splashing fashion. It is Sushi Man and Eduardo Gallardo. Sushi Man is owned by Dorothy Urban's One Bid Stable, and the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. This gifted equine athlete is a 4-year-old brown gelding by a Stern out of Kitty Boo. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, One Bid Stable. Thank you, Dorothy. Don't forget to stop by the bookkeeper. One Bid Stable rings the bell for the Chaplaincy Backside Foundation, helping so many people who work and live here at Canterbury. God bless you, and thank you. And there they go. Sushi Man comes out of the gate as the favorite and immediately is in hand and in command. Sushi Man, with 1 lap to go, has a 3-length lead. Lord Knows lays second to the outside of Catch a Wave, who's catching a wave to attempt to join Lord Knows for second. Sushi Man 1.5, pace very moderate, pace very reasonable. After that we have Found a Jordan. Found a Jordan, the Minnesotan, is 5 lengths from the lead and about 2.5 clear from Batter Up with the Hot Jock. Up the barn side they go, race 5 on a beautiful Saturday in Shakopee. Sushi Man and Eddie G pick up the tempo anew and lead it by about 1, but now Catch a Wave comes shooting through to the inside to pressure Sushi Man. Outside of that is Lord Knows getting a great trip, but now all of a sudden 3 out of it. Batter Up trying to win 3 in a row, and on the inside then it's Found a Jordan, 6 lengths rearmost off the far turn. It's still Sushi Man with Wasabi. Sushi Man spicy by 3 and handheld under a triple hammerlock. Outside Lord Knows, Catch a Wave still right in there. After that we have Batter Up. Now Sushi Man off the layoff, roused for run into the final furlong. Sushi Man from Batter Up, who now is second. Outside of that is Lord Knows. Sushi Man way too classy. Sushi Man runs up the score and wins it by 5. On to the 10,000 Lakes Stakes. Welcome back to Canterbury Park. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen, from the Dark Star Press Box. And this is the 34th running of this race. Now, the Alligator Hunter's the defending champion. Won it last year, and a few years ago was in a dead heat with Deme Plata. But that counts as a victory. So the Alligator Hunter's trying to become the first 3-time champion of this race in the storied history of the race. Meanwhile, Kevin Gorg's Power Play is in here and generously priced at 4-1. That's Distorted Pro. Let's handicap the 10,000 Lakes from the paddock.
Thank you, PA. Yeah, the 2 stakes races here, one looked like a slam dunk. It was. The other one looked wide open, and this is. It's a very good race. The 1-horse scratches will run back next week, and this is a really fun race to handicap.
Well, and this is where we showcase some of the best in the state. Of course, we had the females earlier. This is going to be the males go. At 6 furlongs, this is restricted to Minnesota breds. And of course, that's why it's called the 10,000 Lakes Stakes. Like you mentioned, we bring out the heavy hitters when it comes to the sprinters in here. The rail horse will run another day, but we're still left with 6. And if you wanted to pick out a set of 6 from the Minnesota breds that are still running in sprints, I don't think you would pick too much different a group than this.
Yeah, these are familiar names, familiar horses, familiar connections. You almost don't even need the racing form. If you've been out here the last couple of years like we have, I mean, you know how this race is going to shape up. It just comes down to which horse feels the best, looks the best in the paddock, and is ready to run the best here tonight. Let's handicap together. I love when trainers in a $50,000 stakes race take a shot. And if you've been following Victorious Vanda, this doesn't seem like a typical spot, but I love that the Rushton barn is saying, you know what? $50,000 large, I'm going to give it a chance. 10-1's the price. I know on paper it's hard to make a case, but I love that they're taking a swing.
Well, and in small groups, you can see some things happen. Horses can get loose on the front end. There can be some trouble. There can be some stumbling, whatever it might be. Things can very much change, and it becomes kind of a rider's race. And that brings us to Distorted Pro, your top choice in here, ridden by Eddie Gallardo. And what do you see over there with Distorted Pro?
I have no poker face. I am loving what I'm seeing from my pick here, Distorted Pro. And again, they run out front. They don't run out here. It's not a beauty contest, but I love a healthy coat. I love some energy. You guys all know about Mac Robertson. I mean, this guy is so good at his craft. Interesting, not a double handler. That's something you normally see from the Robertson Bard. We got a single handler. This horse, Ange, I love the efforts at Keeneland and Oaklawn Park. Last year in this race, ran a good second to the Alligator Hunter. I think he gets a great trip. I think he's going to be right there.
He looks the part for sure, and he got it by a neck at a big price. He got 21-1 when he won the Minnesota Sprint, but the Alligator Hunter usually not that big of a price when it comes to Minnesota bred competition. Paul mentioned that he did take this horse on top. 14 of his 16 wins have come on our dirt. I mean, the Alligator Hunter doesn't rely on any one sort of thing, just staying out of trouble and usually winning a fight down the stretch.
Pete Madsen was taunting me a few minutes ago because he knows I didn't pick his horse. Usually when Pete is boastful and taunting before the race, they end up in the winner's circle after the race. Pete's no stranger to the circle, neither is Tim Padilla, and neither is their horse. 14 times this horse has won at Canterbury, defending champ, as Angela said. He has speed, but I don't think he has the type of speed to go with Street Warrior, so I expect he'll get that stalking trip. Can't fault anybody that likes him. Now, the other Mac Robertson horse is Towner 2, a youngster that Mac's always been high on. What do you think?
Well, yeah, this is going to be his first start as a 4-year-old. You got to start somewhere, right? Why not start in a spot where you know that he's faced off against this kind of competition last year and shown speed? You know, if he wants to be a part of the pace, if nobody wants to go and take the initiative, Towner 2 will, and he will be a better price than his stablemate. That price is right now at 9-1.
Now, the early money is coming in on the 6. You can see the morning line set by a pro, down to 5-2. Now I get it. Americano in the saddle. Great to interview that young man. Super nice kid, and boy, can he ride.
Fired up.
I don't love what I'm seeing in the paddock. I would like to see this horse maybe settle down a little bit. This horse has run lately, so there's no excuse. We'll see if he can settle down when he gets out there. But there's your 7, Street Warrior, the speed of the speed.
Yeah, I'm going to try Street Warrior on the outside. He was your morning line 9-5 favorite. He's currently 8-5, but Street Warrior is trying to grab another one on this main track. Hasn't missed the board yet. The outside positioning will help. Boy, he looks good for this is his 5-year-old debut.
Ange like Street Warrior, who might be lone speed. It is the $50,000 10,000 Lakes Stakes. They're going to run right in to that history book, and you can cash a bet and celebrate a winner in a giant race by going to the window right now. Put your money where your mind is. The combatants for this stakes race are heading down the tunnel. Soon we get the bugler. His name is Sir Leonard Dykert, and he brings the call to the post.
All right, Dizzy Gillespie, do that thing. The boys are walking onto the track for the 34th running of the 10,000 Lake Stakes, and here they are. Number 2 is Victorious Benda, ridden by John Jude. The owners, E-Class Racing. The trainer, Stacy Rushton. Number 3 is Novogratz Racing Stables, Distorted Pro. Distorted Pro is trained by Mac Robertson. In the irons, Eduardo Gallardo. And number 4 is the defending champion. He is Pete Matson and Tim Padilla's The Alligator Hunter. Tim Padilla trains. Alonzo Quinones in the irons. It's Luis Fuentes astride number 5, Towner 2. For owner John Mentz and trainer Mac Robertson. Esteban Martinez conditions number 6, Haunted Haze. The owner, Homer Duncan. In the irons, Manny Americano. And Suzanne Stable starts number 7, Street Warrior. Street Warrior is trained by Jobert, the rider, Constantino Roman. A 6-pack for the 10,000 Lake Stakes. It's just about 5 minutes from now. 2 minutes to post time. Let's handicap it. Angela and Kevin are at the finish line.
Yeah, this is where the money gets decided at the finish line with Angela and Kevin. Look at the vendors down here. Busy place. Beautiful night. Huge crowd. You got to love the vibe out here on Saturday nights at Canterbury Park. And they're going to go with a little more money in their pocket if they just find a way to pick the winner here, Ange. Maybe the best betting race of the night. I am bullish on the 3 Distorted Pro. You are bullish on the 7. PA's on the Alligator Hunter. The Steam team is spread out everywhere. This should be a really fun race.
As far as the looks go, your horse definitely took the cake, I suppose, in the paddock. He looked beautiful. Now, I do like the looks of Street Warrior on the outside. He's just a big, thick, strong horse. A little on the mean side, as we've seen in some of the video footage, but he's a tough customer. And if he wants to go and fight with anybody, the Alligator Hunter, they all know how to get their nose, their head down on the wire first. I would just set a price that you're comfortable with. For me, it would be even money on him, and take anything north of that.
Distorted Pro was 4-1 when we got out here. We're now looking at a horse that's almost favored at 9-5. The pace to me is super interesting because Street Warrior on paper looks like Lone Speed. I think the Alligator Hunter's quick. I think Haunted Haze has sneaky good speed. As you look at your horse and handicap in your mind how you win the race, do you need to be clear, or can Street Warrior find himself eyeball to eyeball and keep going?
I would think that he might take a look to his left and see some horses that have been running recently that are a little wound up maybe, and sit just off him. I would hope that he would sit in third, take over when the time is right. When he's on the outside, he can take his time in making those decisions, where some of the horses to his inside may have to wait.
PA, some of the most talented Minnesota breds on the ground, ready to lay it down at 6 furlongs. 50 large on the line. Have a great call. Fans, sit back and enjoy another great stakes race right out here at Canterbury Park.
It's post time for the 34th running of the 10,000 Lake Stakes. Quiet, I'm Thinking, was the first to win it in 1991 at Canterbury Downs. Came back in 96 at Canterbury Park, did it again. The Alligator Hunter looks to go back to back. Tries to win it for a third time. Was in a dead heat with Deme Plata in 2022. Boy, some greats have won this over the years. Helleskier in 2013, Bourbon County 15 and 16, Mr. Jägermeister 2018, 2021, Hot Shot Kid for Warren Bush 2019, 2020. Who's next? Counter 2 goes in. 2 back. Haunted Haze and the Hot Jock 5-1. Americano looking for his 4th victory. Street Warrior 6-5 and favored. And they're racing in the 10,000 Lake Stakes, and they all flowed out of the starting gate pretty well. The Alligator Hunter looking to chomp the big part of the purse. He shows speed to the inside. Street Warrior up and at him to the outside. Right behind them is Haunted Haze, 2.5 from the front, and about 2.5, maybe 3 clear from Distorted Pro. That one's to the inside of Towner 2, and Victoria's Vanda's the gray, 12 lengths behind. Street Warrior, who runs away by 1. The Alligator Hunter back in third. Haunted Haze making a move at Street Warrior, and they are now 4 lengths clear from the Alligator Hunter. After that, Distorted Pro, Towner 2, Victoria's Vanda. It is Street Warrior looking all about a warrior into the final furlong. Street Warrior by 2 from Haunted Haze and the Alligator Hunter. Street Warrior and Constantino Roman, the 10,000 Lake Stakes champions. Number 7, Street Warrior, first. Haunted Haze, second. Photography for the rest. Seven, 6, 3, 4. Final time, a flashy 109.15. Street Warrior. As Street Warrior receives a well-deserved bath for his toil. Race 6 has gone official. 7, 6, 3, 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park would like to welcome to the winner's circle Randall Sampson. Mr. Randall Sampson, Canterbury Park's president and chairman. Mr. Sampson will make the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the 34th 10,000 Lake Stakes. Into the winner's enclosure, Street Warrior and Constantino Roman. The winning owners, Suzanne Stables, and the winning trainer, Joe Burnt. Street Warrior is a 5-year-old chestnut son of Barbados. From the majestic warrior mare, Some Silver Gal. The 10,000 Lake Stakes champion was bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Suzanne Stables. Race 7 is our final live race today. We finish on the turf. Scratch number 6, taking it all. Race time, right around 8:35. All right, down to the winner's enclosure. Joe Burnt, the winning trainer, is with Angela.
Yes, he is, and Street Warrior comes back as a 5-year-old, and what a bang he comes back with. Tell us more about his winter and what led up to this spot for him.
He had typical time off after the meet last fall. Went to Kentucky, wintered there, and then a farm trainer got some long miles into him, a couple months of training. Then I picked it up at Hawthorne and just continued on with the works.
Did you like the outside draw here? Was that pretty advantageous for him?
With a speed horse, it's always good to be outside because you don't have to commit. If you break a little slow, you don't have to panic. So I think it played a role.
And I know that your owners have a lot of horses with you, but if they were here, what would Suzanne Stables put on this 10,000 Lakes victory? What would they say?
I think they'd be very pleased and looking forward to more.
Well, hopefully I will get to talk to you again very soon here in the winner's circle. But for now, congratulations on a very impressive win with Street Warrior.
Thank you.
All right, that's a big win for Street Warrior in the 10,000 Lakes.
Racing in the 10,000 Lake Stakes, and they all flowed out of the starting gate pretty well. The Alligator Hunter looking to chomp the big part of the purse. He shows speed to the inside. Street Warrior up and at him to the outside. Right behind them is Haunted Haze, 2.5 from the front, and about 2.5, maybe 3 clear from Distorted Pro. That one's to the inside of Towner 2, and Victoria's Banda's the gray, 12 lengths behind. Street Warrior, who runs away by 1. The Alligator Hunter back in third. Haunted Haze making a move at Street Warrior, and they are now 4 lengths clear from the Alligator Hunter. After that, Distorted Pro, Towner 2, Victoria's Vanda. It is Street Warrior looking all about a warrior into the final furlong. Street Warrior by 2 from Haunted Haze and the Alligator Hunter. Street Warrior and Constantino Roman, the 10,000 Lake Stakes champions.
Yeah, don't forget Larry Fleet, outstanding country artist, going to be here soon. Head to CanterburyPark.com. You got Larry Fleet, got dog races coming up, and we've got a big turf sprint here, Ange, to close the show. And there are going to be nights like this, especially when you've got stakes bred races. Sometimes the cream rises to the top, and it's been very, very formful tonight. But one thing we've seen the last couple summers at Canterbury is big upsets on the turf. And the one thing I'll say about this last race, the bookenders both look good to me, but there is the potential for something crazy. Maybe we can find some value here.
Well, and my bet of the day actually comes up in this race, and I did
more.
not use the outside filly. I didn't use her. I'm boxing up the 1 and the 7. Those are my top 2
Wow.
selections here. Now, granted, it was a bet that was involved with the 6, the other horse that did scratch out of here. But we're still left with 7, and I thought that there wasn't an overwhelming amount of pace for a turf sprint. So why don't we dig into them? They're out in the paddock, and we'll start with that beautiful gray on the screen, Miss Birdie Be Gone. Kevin, tell me about her.
She loves Canterbury. She's 3 for 5 on our turf course. She also loves to win. 13 wins from 36 starts. And I don't think the scratch did her any favors, but she does have enough natural speed to, I think, stay within touch of this field. And I think the 8's going to get the lead. The 8 looks like the scratch should certainly help. 7 also will be prominent. But I think the 1, very square, very playable at that price. I also think the 2, Ange, can hit the ticket. Give me your thoughts on Soundtrack.
Soundtrack is an interesting one because you know she'll be picking up some pieces late. And you described perfectly just the dynamic with the pace. I thought the speed was all towards the outside. And whoever could get the coziest trip on the inside, my thinking it would be Birdie Be Gone, could definitely get through and maybe get a very slick trip out of this. And Soundtrack might fit that bill just fine. She does close in very nicely. She's handled our turf a little bit better going longer, but I wish that there was like a 6 or a 6.5 for her on the turf because I think that would make a perfect combo. But she will be coming at the end, as will the 3, Smarty Be Good. This is Paul Allen's choice in the last.
Yeah, I love that Paul's going for a price. And stay tuned, guys, because the chaser is coming. And the way things have gone in the press box right here, we could all use a little chaser. This horse is good on Canterbury's turf. 5 for 8 in the trifecta. Second off the layoff. Fast closing second last time. But the pace, to me, I think PA's horse might be up against the pace part of it. But super fun take by our track announcer. Ask the Monarch is a 4-year-old filly ridden by Eddie G. I don't see a lot of turf here, so I'm very curious about this decision because, man, she ran a bang-up race last time on the dirt.
Right. There isn't much turf to her, whether it be her experience or her pedigree, kind of like you mentioned. But maybe getting a shorter distance, well, maybe that'll help her because she was the beaten favorite last time, only beaten half a length. But she always kept Bellamendi in her sights. I guess maybe he thought that Ask the Monarch would go by, and she just didn't. So maybe a little reduction in distance, maybe take her a little bit further off and she'll have a little bit more punch in the stretch. But Everything Bugs Me is doing something like that, cutting back and staying on the turf at least, but she had been showing speed going longer. So how does that translate for you to a 5 furlong turf sprint?
I don't like route horses at 5 furlongs on our turf, but I don't ever doubt anything that Mac Robertson does. Now, she's still eligible for non-winners at 2. Kind of a salty bunch here. So, again, on paper, I don't love this horse, but when you get Mac Robertson at 5 to 1, you almost have to put the horse at least in your superfecta because it's Mac Robertson, and he knows how to get horses to run and outrun their odds more often than not. 7 is Vesper Chicks. If anybody maybe gained the most with the scratch of taking it all, the 6 might be the 7. She is quick, and maybe she's quick enough to get loose.
Yeah, I thought so, and I'm going to use her in the mix. Alonso Quinones is going to be on her again, and he got more speed out of her last time. You know, she ran pretty well. She got kind of tired, but she did show the speed necessary going the 5 furlong distance where I think she could be in this really from start to finish. The turf pedigree doesn't bowl you over, but there just isn't that much info on both sides of the family with Vesper Chicks. And I want to say keep an eye on the 5. Everything Bugs Me. She has been a little cantankerous yet again. Aptly named Everything Bugs Me, but close out this paddock with the favorite on the outside, Big Pop.
Yeah, nicknamed B-Pop, so you know she's good. In from Arizona. That turf course plays a whole lot different than ours, but man, she looked good last time out. She just cruised home to win by open lengths. I don't know, man. Low price. I'm against her tonight, the B-Popper. I really like the 1 a lot here, so does Ange. So have some fun with these trifectas, exactas, superfectas. Have the time of your life because you got to come back tomorrow for Pepsi Family Day. Chasers coming soon. Good luck, everybody.
Lynn Dykert, ladies and gentlemen. Great job as usual. See you tomorrow, bud. For Pepsi Family Day at 1 o'clock. Meanwhile, they're heading to a firm turf course for the 7th. Scratch number 6. Taking it all. Welcome to the Canterbury Press Box. I am the Chaser. This bid is provided by Crown Royal, and the Chaser's tired of losing today. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this $100 bill, and we're going to put it right on the nose. Should be another zero there, but Mouse wouldn't let me. It was going to be $10, but I got stuck in the Belmont. So now we're going to go to chasing with this to win on Smarty Be Good. Let's win together. It is now post time for the lucky last. Birdie Be Gone, 2-1. Big Pop, 6-5. Big Pop looking to win 3 in a row. The rider's looking for his 4th victory this Saturday. Pepsi Family Day tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And they move in line. Big Pop goes in. Number 4, Ask the Monarch, has reared and unseated Eddie G, who bounces back up, reboards. And they're racing, perfect start. 2 from the outside, flashing really good early speed is Vesper Chicks in the turf debut. Vesper Chicks in an early pace battle with Big Pop. And right behind them, Birdie Be Gone. Birdie Be Gone seeds 3rd and gives it up to Everything Bugs Me. Then we come back to Soundtrack, about 2.5 clear from Smarty Be Good, and outside of that, Ask the Monarch. Up top, Big Pop at 2-1, coming up big on the early lead. It's Big Pop by a length and a half. In second, Vesper Chicks. Then outside of that, Everything Bugs Me. And as they head for home, Big Pop still with a clear lead. Outside, Vesper Chicks. Outside, even farther out, Smarty Be Good. Between them, Everything Bugs Me. It is Big Pop trying to win 3 in a row. Big Pop has run them into the ground, and that's 4 for Manny Americano. Number 8, Big Pop in 57.27. It's unofficial. 8-3 and a show photo. 8371. 8371. It's official. Superfecta, $80.61. Exacta, $25.70. Trifecta, $100 and change. That's 3 in a row for the victorious Big Pop, and 4 victories today for jockey Manny Americano. The winning owner of Big Pop, Dan Gleason, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Tomorrow is Pepsi Family Day, and we start at 1 o'clock. If you're leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. And they're racing. Perfect start. 2 from the outside, flashing really good early speed is Vesper Chicks in the turf debut. Vesper Chicks in an early pace battle with Big Pop. And right behind them, Birdie Be Gone. Birdie Be Gone seeds third and gives it up to Everything Bugs Me. Then we come back to Soundtrack, about 2.5 clear from Smarty Be Good, and outside of that, Ask the Monarch. Up top, Big Pop at 2-1, coming up big on the early lead. It's Big Pop by a length and a half. In second, Vesper Chicks. Then outside of that, Everything Bugs Me. And as they head for home, Big Pop still with a clear lead. Outside, Vesper Chicks. Outside, even farther out, Smarty Be Good. Between them, Everything Bugs Me. It is Big Pop trying to win 3 in a row. Big Pop has run them into the ground, and that's 4 for Manny Americano.